Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The last rays of sunset painted the ruins of Thornkeep in hues of amber and blood, casting long shadows across stones that had witnessed 1,000 years of triumph and tragedy. In the crumbling courtyard where kings once held council, a solitary figure knelt before a weathered altar. His grey robes, tattered from years of self-imposed exile, stirred in the evening breeze as ancient hands brushed away centuries of dust to reveal runes that glowed with an inner fire. Gandalf the Grey, once revered as the most powerful of wizards, felt the familiar ache in his bones, not merely the weariness of his apparent age, but the hollow resonance of one who had deliberately fragmented his own being. His fingers trembled as they traced the glowing sigils, each touch awakening memories he had chosen to forget. "So it has begun," he whispered to the twilight. "The prophecy of fragmented destiny stirs." Beneath his palm, the stone cracked. From within emerged a shard of metal no larger than a dagger's blade, yet it pulsed with power that made the air around it shimmer like summer heat. The seventh fragment of Gandalf's legendary sword, Starbreaker, had awakened, the final piece of a weapon he had scattered across the realms centuries ago, along with the memories too dangerous for even him to carry. As his fingers closed around the fragment, visions assaulted him, a throne room bathed in light, a crown offered, temptation like sweet poison in his veins, power absolute within his grasp, and the terrible price that nearly came with it. Gandalf staggered to his feet, the fragment burning cold against his skin. "I remember," he gasped. "I remember what I almost became." The howl of wolves, too coordinated to be natural, echoed from the forests surrounding Thornkeep. The Ashen Legions, servants of Lord Abyss, had caught his scent. His time of hiding had ended. With a whispered word of power that caused the nearby stones to tremble, Gandalf summoned his staff from the ether. The gnarled wood, crowned with a crystal that contained the light of a long-dead star, settled into his grasp like an old friend. "Now to find the bearers," he said, voice strengthening with resolve. "Those whom the blade has chosen through the centuries." 3 weeks later, Gandalf stood before the obsidian gates of Ravencrest Keep, a fortress carved into the face of a mountain that perpetually wore a crown of storm clouds. Lightning forked across the sky, illuminating gargoyles whose stone eyes seemed to follow his approach. "You should not have come here, old man." The voice, rich as midnight velvet, yet sharp as a blade's edge, came from a woman who materialized from the shadows as though born from them. "Aye, these lands are forbidden to you." Morwen, the Witch Queen of the Wildlands, had changed little in the centuries since she had been Gandalf's most promising apprentice. Her raven hair cascaded like liquid darkness around a face of severe beauty, her eyes the color of amethysts catching moonlight. At her throat gleamed the third fragment of Starbreaker, fashioned into a pendant that pulsed in proximity to the shards Gandalf carried. "The blade calls its pieces together, Morwen," Gandalf said simply. "You feel it as clearly as I." A bitter smile curved her lips. "The blade you shattered, rather than allow me to wield. The power you denied me. The power I denied myself." he corrected gently. Walk with me, former apprentice. There is much you do not understand about the choice I made. Thunder rolled across the mountains as their eyes held in silent battle. Finally, Morwen gestured, and the obsidian gates swung open with a groan of ancient magic. Enter then, former master, she said, the words carrying centuries of resentment. But know that while curiosity stays my hand, it does not ensure your welcome. Within Ravencrest's torchlit halls, Morwen led Gandalf to a chamber dominated by a circular table of polished black stone. Upon it lay maps marked with locations where, Gandalf realized, the other bearers awaited, those chosen by the fragments of Starbreaker through the ages. You've been tracking them, he observed. Knowledge is power, Morwen replied coolly. Something you taught me before you decided some knowledge was too dangerous to share. Before Gandalf could respond, the chamber door burst open. A warrior strode in, his armor bearing the marks of recent battle, his face youthful yet etched with the gravity of one who had seen too much death. At his hip hung a scabbard, and within it gleamed the unmistakable light of another fragment. My queen, the mountain passes are... He stopped short at the sight of Gandalf, hand instinctively moving to his sword. Who is this stranger? No stranger, Keldric, Morwen said. This is the one who forged the blade you carry, and the one who broke it. Recognition dawned in the young man's eyes. The Grey Wanderer. The prophecy speaks of your return when the 7 fragments awaken. Indeed it does, Gandalf agreed, studying the warrior with interest. Though I do not recall including a displaced Prince of Everin in my prophecy, Keldric stiffened. How do you know of my heritage? The usurper believed all of the royal line destroyed. The blade chooses its bearers with purpose, Gandalf said simply. It recognized the blood of kings in you, as it recognized the potential for both great darkness and great light in Morwen. The Witch Queen's eyes narrowed at this, but she held her tongue as Gandalf continued. The remaining fragments are carried by those similarly marked by destiny, the Hermit of Crystal Lake, the Blind Seer of the Eastern Reaches, the Child Thief of Shadowmarket, and the Guardian of the Eternal Flame. We must gather them all before Lord Abyss and his Ashen Legions find them. And why, Morwen asked, her voice dangerously soft, should we aid you in reassembling a weapon you deemed too dangerous to exist? What prevents you from shattering it again once the threat is vanquished? Gandalf met her gaze steadily. Because each fragment contains not only a portion of the blade's power, but a memory I excised from my own mind, moments of weakness, temptation, and near failure that I could not bear to carry. As we recover each piece, those memories return, and with them, the wisdom of my mistakes. You divided your own memories? Keldric asked, awe and horror mingling in his voice. A dangerous magic, Morwen murmured, a new respect in her eyes. Few have attempted such a thing and remained sane. Perhaps I did not, Gandalf said with a wry smile that did not reach his eyes. But I carry enough of myself to know that Starbreaker must be reforged if we are to face what comes. The journey to gather the remaining bearers took them across landscapes both wondrous and perilous, through the crystal forest, where trees of living gemstone chimed in the wind, across the whispering plains, where the grass sang the secrets of travelers, beneath the sundered mountains in lightless tunnels, where creatures of living shadow hunted. With each new bearer joined to their company, another fragment of Starbreaker and another piece of Gandalf's fractured memory was restored. The Hermit of Crystal Lake, an ancient dwarf whose beard was braided with precious stones, surrendered his fragment with solemnity, recognizing the greater need. The Blind Seer, A young woman whose eyes had been replaced with orbs of swirling silver mist had been awaiting their arrival, her fragment already prepared for the journey. In the teeming maze of Shadow Market, they found the child thief, not a child at all, but a halfling of advanced years whose youthful appearance belied his centuries of life. And in the volcanic temple at the edge of the world, the guardian of the eternal flame, a being of living fire bound in armor of black dragon scales, relinquished the fragment that had been entrusted to his order 1,000 years past. With each restoration, Gandalf grew both stronger and more troubled. The memories that returned were heavy with the weight of temptation, moments when absolute power had been within his grasp, when the line between protection and domination had blurred, when he had stood at the precipice of becoming that which he had sworn to oppose. On the eve of the final confrontation, as they camped in the shadow of Mount Oblivion, where Lord Abyss had established his fortress, Morwen found Gandalf sitting alone, staring into the flames of their campfire with ancient eyes. "Now you understand," she said, settling beside him, "why I was so angry when you refused to teach me the deepest secrets of magic. You did not trust me with power because you did not trust yourself." Gandalf nodded slowly. "Power corrupts even the purest heart, given time and opportunity. I had lived long enough to recognize the signs in myself, the certainty that I alone knew what was best for the realms, the belief that control was necessary for protection. And yet, here we are," Morwen observed, "about to reforge a weapon of immense power and place it in your hands once more." "Not mine alone," Gandalf corrected, turning to look at her. "The prophecy speaks not of the blade returning to its maker, but of 7 hands wielding a single purpose. The mistake I made before was believing I could bear such power in solitude. No one should stand alone against the darkness, Morwen, not even me." Understanding dawned in her eyes as the first light of morning crested the eastern horizon. "And that's why the blade chose us, not because we are worthy, but because together we might remain so." The forge at the heart of Mount Oblivion roared with otherworldly flame as the Ashen legions swarmed up the narrow pathways toward the chamber where Gandalf and the 6 bearers had established their last stand. Lord Abyss, a figure of smoke and shadow whose eyes burned with the cold fire of distant stars, led the assault personally, drawn by the proximity of the fragments he had sought for centuries. "They come," Keldric warned, his sword drawn as he guarded the chamber's entrance alongside the guardian of the eternal flame. Within the circle of power they had established, Gandalf raised his staff. The 7 fragments of Starbreaker hovered before him, resonating with harmonies that made the very air shimmer. Each bearer stood at a point of the ritual septagram, channeling their unique energies into the working. "Remember," Gandalf called above the mounting chaos, "when the blade is reforged, we must strike as one. The power cannot be claimed by any single bearer, or all will be lost." The fragments began to orbit faster, drawing closer together as the spell reached its crescendo. Outside, the sounds of battle intensified, the clash of steel, the roar of magical fire, the unearthly howls of the Ashen legions. Just as the fragments touched, fusing in a burst of radiance that momentarily blinded all within the chamber, the doors shattered. Lord Abyss strode through the debris, his form seeming to absorb the light around him. "At last," he intoned, voice like the void between stars, "the blade of fragmented destiny will be mine, and with it, the power to unmake creation itself." Before him floated Starbreaker in its reforged glory, a sword of impossible beauty, its metal shifting like liquid starlight, runes of power cascading along its length in an ever-changing dance of meaning. For a heartbeat, All was stillness as the blade hung suspended between Gandalf and Lord Abyss. Then, with perfect synchronicity, Gandalf and the six bearers extended their hands. Starbreaker responded, its singular form suddenly multiplying into 7 blades of identical power, each flying to the grasp of a bearer. Lord Abyss recoiled, his shadow form rippling with confusion. "Impossible." "No," Gandalf replied, raising his portion of Starbreaker high, "simply a different destiny than the one you foresaw." As the 7 struck as one, their blades piercing the heart of darkness that was Lord Abyss. A shockwave of power rippled outward. The Ashen Legions crumbled to dust. The fortress of Mount Oblivion began to collapse, and reality itself seemed to hold its breath as a being of ancient malevolence was unmade. In the aftermath, as they stood among the ruins under a sky suddenly clearer than it had been in centuries, the 7 bearers gazed upon their blades, now permanently divided, yet still connected by bonds of magic and shared purpose. "So ends the prophecy of fragmented destiny," the blind seer murmured, her silver eyes swirling with visions. "And so begins the covenant of 7 swords." Gandalf looked upon his companions, former apprentice, displaced prince, ancient hermit, prophetic seer, ageless thief, elemental guardian, and felt something he had not experienced in all his long centuries, the peace of shared burden. The memories he had once cast away were now fully restored, yet their weight seemed lighter for being understood rather than feared. "No power is safe in a single hand," he said softly, "but wisdom shared becomes strength multiplied." As dawn broke fully across the land, 7 blades caught the light of a new day. Not one destiny fragmented, but many destinies united in common cause. And Gandalf, wisest of wizards, finally understood that the greatest magic was not found in dominion, but in trust freely given and responsibility willingly shared. Story 2. The moon hung like a silver sentinel above the whispering woods, its light filtering through ancient branches to cast dappled shadows upon the forest floor. Deep within this primeval realm, where reality thinned and the boundaries between worlds grew nebulous, a solitary figure emerged from a dwelling hewn into the heart of a colossal oak. Gandalf the Grey, master of the 5 mysteries, stepped onto the moss-covered stone that served as his threshold and lifted his weathered face to the night sky. The stars were wrong. After decades of self-imposed exile, studying the intricate tapestry of existence where the mortal realm and spirit world intertwined, Gandalf had become attuned to the subtlest shifts in the cosmic balance. Tonight, the constellation of the Guardian, 5 stars that had burned with unwavering sapphire light for centuries, showed only a single, flickering ember. 4 lights extinguished, he whispered, his voice rough from disuse. 4 guardians fallen. The wind carried his words away, rustling through leaves that seemed to murmur in response. Gandalf gripped his gnarled staff, the runes etched into its ancient wood, pulsing with soft blue luminescence. The order he had founded in his youth, the Guardians of the Ethereal Veil, was dying. Only one remained to maintain the ethereal anchors, the mystical nexus points that kept the mortal and spirit realms separate. By dawn, Gandalf had gathered his few possessions. The journey to Celestia's crown, the hidden fortress that served as the Guardian's sanctuary, would be perilous. The pathways between worlds had grown treacherous in his absence, and something sinister lurked in the shadows between realms, something he had imprisoned long ago. 3 days later, Gandalf stood upon the Bridge of Whispers, a narrow stone archway spanning a chasm so deep that darkness swallowed its depths. Beyond lay Celestia's crown, a fortress of gleaming spires and crystalline domes that seemed to exist halfway between reality and dream. As he approached the magnificent structure that had once housed dozens of guardians, an unnatural silence pressed against his ears. The great doors, carved from the heartwood of trees that had witnessed the birth of the world, stood ajar. Within the grand entrance hall, where enchanted lanterns normally cast their eternal light, only shadows dwelled. Gandalf raised his staff, summoning a sphere of gentle radiance that pushed back the darkness to reveal upturned furniture and signs of struggle. "Who enters the sacred halls?" A tremulous voice called from the shadows. "Speak your name or face the wrath of stardust." Gandalf turned to see a young woman emerge from behind a toppled bookcase, her hands trembling as they aimed a slender crystal wand at his chest. Her robes, once the pristine white of a guardian initiate, were smudged with ash and what appeared to be blood. Dark circles shadowed eyes too young to hold such fear. "Elowin," Gandalf said softly, lowering his staff. "Do you not recognize the founder of your order?" The wand wavered, then dropped as recognition dawned on her face. "Master Gandalf, but you, they said you were gone forever, lost in the void beyond." "Not lost, child. Seeking. Learning." He gestured to the devastation around them. "Tell me what has happened here." Tears welled in Eloin's eyes as she recounted the tragic events of the past fortnight. How, one by one, her fellow guardians had been found dead, their bodies drained of essence, their connection to the anchors severed. First Thorn, discovered among the library's oldest tomes, with his eyes turned to smoky quartz. Then Lyria, her body crystallized to diamond as she tended the gardens. Valerian and Kestrel fell next, both transformed to precious stone during their watch at the western and northern anchors. "I'm the last," Elowin whispered. "The eastern anchor grows unstable, and I lack the strength to maintain it alone." Gandalf's expression darkened. The pattern was unmistakable, a magical signature he had not encountered in over 3 centuries. "These deaths bear the mark of Draconir," he said, the name bitter on his tongue. "The shape-shifting dragon, but he's imprisoned beneath Mount Valaris, bound by your spells." Gandalf moved to a great circular window that overlooked the courtyard below, where a fountain shaped like 5 intertwined hands once flowed with enchanted waters. It now stood dry, its stone cracked. "Is he, child? Tell me truly, have you sought aid beyond these walls?" Elowin's silence was answer enough. Gandalf turned to find her head bowed, shame evident in her posture. "I was desperate," she finally said. "The texts spoke of a being bound beneath the mountain who knew the secrets of the anchors. I thought I could bargain for knowledge to save the Order." Her voice broke. "And I didn't free him entirely, I swear by the 5 stars, but I loosened his bonds enough that he could speak to me." "And what did the Dragon of 1,000 Forms promise you in exchange for this partial freedom?" Gandalf asked, though he already knew the answer. "He vowed to teach me how to strengthen the anchors. He seemed to know so much about them, about the veil itself." She raised her eyes to meet his. "And he said the Guardians have been deceived about their true purpose." A heavy sigh escaped Gandalf's lips. "And there lies the beginning of his manipulation. Come, Elowin. We have little time. Draconir will not remain partially bound for long, and when he breaks free completely, he will seek revenge against me, and against all who serve the anchors." Together they descended into the heart of Celestia's crown, through spiraling staircases and corridors lined with tapestries depicting the founding of the Order. At last, they reached the Chamber of Resonance, a perfectly circular room where 5 crystal pillars stood equidistant from one another. 4 had dimmed to lifeless stone, but the 5th, The eastern anchor still pulsed with emerald light, though its rhythm had grown erratic. "The anchors are failing," Elowen whispered. "The veil thins. Soon the spirit realm will bleed into ours." Gandalf approached the eastern anchor, placing his palm against its crystalline surface. Power flowed from him into the pillar, steadying its pulse. "Not the spirit realm, Elowen." "That is what I taught the first Guardians to believe, but it is not the complete truth." "What do you mean?" Before Gandalf could answer, a terrible screech echoed through the chamber, the sound of stone tearing from stone. The fortress trembled, as though gripped by an earthquake. "He comes," Gandalf said grimly. "Draconir has broken his bonds completely." They raced to the uppermost tower, just in time to witness a magnificent and terrible sight. From the direction of Mount Valoris came a creature of myth and nightmare, a dragon whose scales shifted like quicksilver between a dozen different hues, its massive wings leaving trails of shimmering dust as they beat against the night air. Even from this distance, Gandalf could feel the creature's rage and its hunger for vengeance. "What can we do?" Elowen's voice was barely audible above the approaching roar. "I must tell you the truth, child. The truth I have hidden for centuries." Gandalf turned to her, his eyes reflecting the approaching dragon's flame. "The anchors do not protect humanity from spirits. They imprison the Luminari, the divine beings who shaped this world before humans walked its surface." Elowen stared at him in disbelief. "But why? Why would you imprison the gods?" "Because I coveted their power," Gandalf admitted, the words heavy with centuries of guilt. "Indeed, in my youth, I discovered the Luminari's realm and was awed by their abilities, their capacity to shape reality, to exist simultaneously in multiple planes. I befriended them, learned from them, and then betrayed them. I created the anchors to bind their essence, to draw upon their power for my own purposes." "No," Elowen whispered, backing away from him. "The Order exists to protect humanity. The Order exists because I needed acolytes to maintain my prison," Gandalf said. "Draconir knows this because he was there. He was my ally in the beginning, before he grew to respect the Luminari and turned against my plan." The dragon was close now, its roar shaking the very foundations of Celestia's crown. Gandalf raised his staff, preparing for the confrontation. "Draconir did not kill your fellow Guardians," he said as realization dawned. "The anchors are failing because the Luminari grow stronger. Your friends were transformed, not murdered, turned to crystal as the divine essence they helped imprison began to leak into them. As if in confirmation, the eastern anchor below them flared with blinding light. Elowen cried out, clutching her chest as veins of crystal began to spread across her skin. "Help me," she pleaded. In that moment, Draconir landed upon the tower's edge, his massive form causing the structure to groan beneath his weight. His scales settled into a deep sapphire hue, and his golden eyes fixed upon Gandalf with ancient hatred. "The last deceiver returns." The dragon's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Come to witness the freedom of those you betrayed." Gandalf stood his ground, though his heart raced with fear and, unexpectedly, hope. "I have returned to face my greatest mistake, Draconir." "Your mistake was believing you could contain divinity forever." The dragon snarled. "The Luminaries stir from their slumber. The anchors fail. Will you stand against the tide once more, old friend? Or will you finally admit the hubris of your actions?" Elowen collapsed as the crystallization spread, her breathing shallow. Gandalf knelt beside her, placing a gentle hand upon her brow. "I can save her," he said to Draconir. "If you will help me." The dragon's laughter shook the tower. "Help you, after centuries of imprisonment. Not to maintain the prison, Gandalf said, rising to his full height. To dismantle it properly. The anchors cannot simply be destroyed. The sudden release of the Luminari would tear reality asunder, but they can be dissolved gradually, allowing the divine beings to awaken slowly, to rejoin our world without destroying it. Suspicion narrowed Draconir's golden eyes. Why would you free them now, after guarding your stolen power so jealously? Gandalf gazed out across the whispering woods to where the first light of dawn touched the eastern horizon. Because I have had decades alone with my conscience, old friend. Because I have seen what becomes of power obtained through betrayal, and because I wish to make amends before my time in this world ends. For a long moment, the only sound was Elowin's labored breathing and the wind whistling through the tower's spires. Then, slowly, Draconir lowered his massive head. If you speak truly, the dragon said, then perhaps there is hope for you yet, deceiver. Together, the ancient wizard and the shape-shifting dragon descended to the Chamber of Resonance. There, with Elowin watching through eyes half-transformed to living emerald, they began the delicate work of undoing Gandalf's greatest transgression. As the first anchor dissolved, releasing its divine prisoner in a cascade of radiant light that flowed outward like liquid starlight, Gandalf felt the weight of centuries lifting from his shoulders. The Luminari that emerged, a being of pure brilliance that shifted between forms too magnificent for mortal eyes to comprehend, regarded its former captor with an emotion beyond human understanding. 3 centuries in darkness, it spoke directly into their minds. Would be an eye blink for my kind, yet an eternity of constraint. I offer no excuses, Gandalf said, bowing his head. Only atonement. The divine being flowed around him like a current of living light. Atonement begins with truth, Grey Wanderer. Continue your work, free my kindred, then we shall speak of forgiveness. As the remaining anchors were carefully dismantled over the days that followed, the crystallization receded from Elowin's form. The fortress of Celestia's crown transformed, its walls becoming transparent as diamond, its spires reaching higher toward the heavens as the Luminari's influence spread. And Gandalf, his greatest secret revealed and his oldest sin confessed, found himself facing not punishment, but possibility. The divine beings he had imprisoned did not seek vengeance, but restoration, a new covenant between their kind and the mortal world they had helped to shape eons ago. What happens now? Elowin asked as they stood beneath the restored fountain, where water flowed upward in defiance of natural law, forming patterns that told stories of creation and rebirth. Gandalf smiled, watching as Draconir soared overhead, his scales reflecting the light of beings older than time. Now, my dear, we begin again, not as guardians of a prison, but as stewards of a bridge between worlds, and I, at last, can walk the path of wisdom rather than power. Above them, the stars realigned. The constellation of the Guardian faded, and in its place, 5 new stars ignited, forming the pattern that would become known as the Covenant, a promise written in the heavens of a world made whole once more. Story 3. In the shadow of Mount Evernight, where the stars seemed close enough to touch and ancient magic saturated the very air, a figure stirred within a crystal tomb. The translucent prison, hidden for centuries beneath the roots of a primeval oak, cracked along its seams as pale fingers pressed against its walls. With a sound like the final note of a forgotten melody, the crystal shattered, and Gandalf, once the mightiest of all wizards, fell to his knees upon the cold earth. His white hair hung in tangled strands around a face that bore little resemblance to the powerful mage who had stood against the darkness of Nixus, the Star Devourer. Gone was the commanding presence that had made kings tremble. In its place knelt a hollow vessel, a mere fraction of what once was. Gandalf raised trembling hands before his eyes, noting how the skin seemed almost transparent, veins pulsing with weak blue light rather than blood. "It worked," he whispered, his voice cracking like autumn leaves underfoot. "But at what cost?" The memories came in fragments, shards of a shattered mirror reflecting moments of a life that spanned millennia. He remembered the creation of the Crown of 1,000 Souls, a desperate gambit to imprison Nixus when all other defenses had failed. He remembered dividing his own essence into 1,000 glittering fragments, each containing a portion of his power, his knowledge, his very being. And he remembered how the Star Devourer had fought, had merged with parts of Gandalf's fractured soul as the crown closed around them both. What he could not remember was how much time had passed, or where the fragments of the crown had scattered. Gandalf staggered to his feet, leaning heavily upon a gnarled branch that had fallen from the ancient oak, a poor substitute for the staff of power he once wielded. The world felt wrong. The skies above shimmered with unfamiliar constellations, and the land itself seemed to pulse with discordant energies. 3 days later, as he crested the Hill of Whispers, Gandalf gazed upon the divided lands for the first time since his sacrifice. Where once a unified kingdom had flourished under his guidance, 7 realms now stood in perpetual conflict, their borders defined by rivers of magical fire or walls of impenetrable mist. Towers of impossible architecture reached toward the heavens, monuments to the hubris of the 7 sovereign lords who had risen to power in his absence. They've carved up the world like a feast," Gandalf murmured, each claiming a portion of what was never theirs to take. In the distance, armies clashed on the plains of whispered oaths. Banners bearing the sigils of the Crimson Phoenix and the Obsidian Wolf fluttered above the chaos as soldiers fell by the hundreds. Magic rippled across the battlefield in waves of destructive force, leaving the earth scarred and smoking. "Such waste," the wizard said to no one, "such terrible waste." The power they wielded, Gandalf realized with growing horror, felt familiar. The 7 sovereign lords had found pieces of his crown, fragments of his soul, and were using them to fuel their endless war for dominance. In the tavern known as the Shattered Chalice, nestled within the neutral harbor city of Mistral Bay, Gandalf sat in shadows, his tattered grey cloak pulled tight around his diminished form. The establishment hummed with activity, merchants from all 7 kingdoms drinking side by side, their political differences temporarily set aside in this rare haven of peace. A young man took the small stage in the corner, his fingers dancing across the strings of a lute with uncommon skill. As the first notes filled the air, Gandalf felt something stir within him, a resonance that made the faint blue light beneath his skin pulse in time with the music. "I sing a tale of days gone by," the bard began, his voice clear and true, "when one great kingdom touched the sky, before the wizard's sacrifice, before the crown of souls device." Gandalf froze, his gaze fixed upon the performer. The young man couldn't be more than 20, with auburn hair that fell in waves to his shoulders and eyes that seemed to shift between green and gold in the tavern's flickering light. As the song continued, a surprisingly accurate account of Gandalf's final stand against Nixus, the wizard felt himself drawn toward the stage as if pulled by invisible threads. When the performance ended and the crowd dispersed, Gandalf approached. "An interesting choice of song," he said quietly. The young man looked up, his fingers stilling on the lute strings. For a moment, he simply stared, his color-shifting eyes widening in recognition. "It's you," he whispered. "By the ancient stars, it's actually you." "I don't know what you mean," Gandalf replied, turning to leave. The bard's hand shot out, grasping his wrist. "I know you, Stormcrow, Mithrandir, Gandalf. I hear the music of your soul, fragmented though it may be." Gandalf turned back slowly. "Who are you, boy?" "My name is Sorith, last apprentice of the Melodic Order." A sad smile touched his lips. "Though there was little left to learn when you disappeared and the kingdoms fell to war." That night, as they sat in Sorith's modest lodgings above a bookbinder's shop, the young bard revealed what the fractured memories of Gandalf could not piece together. 5 centuries had passed since the wizard's sacrifice. The 7 sovereign lords, once Gandalf's own council of advisors, had each claimed a fragment of the crown shortly after his disappearance, using its power to carve the kingdom into 7 competing realms. "They hunt for the remaining pieces," Sorith explained, unrolling a map marked with dozens of small glowing dots. "As does she." "She?" Gandalf asked, though something in the hollow space where his complete soul should be already knew the answer. "The Lady of the Abyss, Kaelara." Even the name sent ripples of pain through Gandalf's fragmented being. Images flashed before his eyes, a young woman with midnight hair and eyes like twin moons, eagerly absorbing his teachings. The same woman, older, her face contorted in rage as she accused him of holding her back, of keeping the deepest secrets of magic from her, and finally, Kaelara turning away as he pleaded for her help against Nixus, leaving him to face the Star Devourer alone. "She believes you betrayed her," Sorith said gently. "And in her bitterness, she has become perhaps the most dangerous power in all the divided lands." They were ambushed 3 days later in the shifting forest, where trees moved like sleepwalkers and mist clung to the ground in tendrils of pale green. Warriors bearing the emblem of the Jade Serpent, servants of Lord Thaxus, master of the Eastern Realm, surrounded them with weapons of crystallized magic. "The Sovereign Lord will be pleased," their captain declared. "He has sought the last living member of the Melodic Order for years." Before Gandalf could react, a shadow fell across the clearing. The temperature plummeted, frost crackling across leaves and armor alike. The warriors turned as one, their expressions shifting from triumph to terror. "The abyss," one whispered, before a tendril of living darkness pierced his chest. What followed was chaos. Darkness moved like a living entity, engulfing the warriors who screamed as their life essence was drained away. Gandalf pushed Sorith behind him, raising his makeshift staff in a futile gesture of defiance. Then she stood before them, Kaelara, the Lady of the Abyss. 5 centuries had not dimmed her beauty, though it had transformed it into something terrible and glorious. Her hair floated around her like a dark nebula, and her eyes shone with the cold light of distant stars. "My teacher returns," she said, her voice resonating with power that made the trees themselves bend away, or what's left of him. "Kaelara," Gandalf's voice was barely a whisper, "what have you become?" "What you made me," she replied, circling him like a predator. "When you locked away your power, our power, in that cursed crown." For a moment, something like pain flashed across her perfect features. "You left me to face them alone. Your precious council turned on each other like wolves, and I had nothing with which to stop them." "I had no choice," Gandalf replied. "Nixus would have consumed everything." "So you say." Her gaze shifted to Sorith, who stood trembling but defiant. "And now you've found yourself a new apprentice. How fitting." What happened next surprised them all. Rather than striking them down, Kaelara offered an alliance. She too sought the fragments of the crown, though her purpose differed from the sovereign lords who merely craved its power. I want answers, she declared. I want to know why my master chose to abandon this world rather than trust in those he taught. Thus began a perilous journey across the divided lands. With each fragment of the crown they recovered, from ancient tombs guarded by creatures of living stone, from the treasure vaults of merchant princes, from shrines abandoned to elder gods, more of Gandalf's memory and power returned, and with each restoration, the presence of Nyxus grew stronger within him. Dark wings unfurled at the edges of his vision. Voices whispered of stars dying in his grasp, of worlds consumed to sate an endless hunger. Sometimes, waking from fitful sleep, Gandalf would find Sorith staring at him in horror, claiming his eyes had briefly shone with a terrible void light. After recovering the seventh fragment from the heart of a dying volcano, Gandalf could no longer deny the truth. In his desperation to imprison Nyxus, he had created not a prison, but a vessel. The Star Devourer had merged with Gandalf's essence within the crown. If he reclaimed all 1,000 fragments, he would indeed be restored to his full power, but so would Nyxus. The final confrontation came at Evernight Plains, where the armies of all 7 sovereign lords converged in a battle that would determine the future of the divided lands. At the center of the conflict stood an obsidian altar where the remaining fragments of the crown, hundreds gathered by the various factions over centuries, lay waiting. As blood soaked the earth and magic tore the sky asunder, Gandalf, Sorith, and Kylara fought their way to the altar. The crown fragments resonated with Gandalf's presence, rising into the air to orbit him like a constellation of stars. "Take them," Kylara urged, "to reclaim your power and end this madness." But Gandalf hesitated, feeling Nyxus stirring within the void spaces between his soul fragments. "If I do this," he said, "I risk releasing something far worse than these warring kingdoms." Sorith, his lute shattered but his voice still strong, began to sing a melody that made the crown fragments pulse with blue light. "There must be another way," he said between verses. "Perhaps the fragments can be purified." In that moment, as armies clashed around them and the fate of the world hung in balance, Gandalf made his choice. Drawing upon what power he had recovered, he began a spell unlike any attempted before, one that would separate his essence from that of Nyxus within each fragment. As the spell reached its crescendo, the Star Devourer fought back. Darkness erupted from the fragments, coalescing into a form of cosmic horror that blotted out the stars themselves. Warriors on all sides dropped their weapons in terror as reality itself seemed to warp around the manifestation. "Now, Sorith!" Gandalf cried. "The binding song!" The young bard's voice rose above the chaos, weaving a melody that resonated with the fundamental harmonies of creation. Kylara, setting aside centuries of bitterness, added her own power to Gandalf's spell, creating a new kind of crown, one that would bind Nyxus alone. As the last note faded and the new crown closed around the essence of the Star Devourer, Gandalf collapsed. His body, never meant to exist without his complete soul, began to fade like morning mist under the sun's rays. "What's happening?" Sorith cried, kneeling beside his fading mentor. "Oh, to the price," Gandalf whispered. "There is always a price for such magic." Kalara's face, as for the first time in centuries, showed something other than cold disdain or bitter anger. "You're dying." "No," Gandalf replied with a smile. "I'm transforming. My essence will return to the world that has always been my true home, not as a wielder of power, but as its guardian." As the sun rose over Evernight Plains, Gandalf's physical form dissolved into countless motes of golden light that spread across the land. Where they touched, Wounds healed, weapons turned to flowers, and the arbitrary boundaries between the seven kingdoms faded like bad dreams upon waking. In the years that followed, the divided lands became whole once more. Sorith, last of the melodic order, traveled from village to village, singing tales of the wizard who sacrificed himself twice to save a world that had forgotten him. And sometimes, when the need was greatest, those who listened closely could hear another voice joining his, ancient and wise, gentle yet powerful. As for Kaelara, the Lady of the Abyss, some say she became the guardian of the new crown, watching eternally to ensure that Nixus, the Star Devourer, would never again threaten the realm that Gandalf had loved enough to become part of its very essence. And on nights when the stars shine with particular brightness, those with the gift can still hear the whisper of the wizard in the wind. I am with you. Always. Story 4. Where the world ends and begins, in the twilight realm between day and night, stood the ancient sanctuary of dusk, a temple of silver and gold suspended upon a floating isle that drifted eternally at the boundary of light and shadow. Within its innermost chamber, sealed behind doors inscribed with runes of forgotten tongues, a solitary crystal coffin began to crack. Hairline fractures spread across its iridescent surface like delicate frost, and as the final ray of the century's longest day touched the highest spire of the sanctuary, the crystal shattered. From its fragments rose a figure draped in robes that shimmered between silver and gold, as if unable to decide whether they belonged to shadow or light. Gandalf, the Twilight Sage, blinked eyes that had not seen the world for 100 years, his weathered face momentarily slack with confusion before memory flooded back like a tide. 100 years, he murmured, his voice cracking from disuse. The enchanted sleep is ended. His gnarled fingers reached instinctively for the pedestal beside his crystal resting place, the sacred stand where the Scepter of Two Dawns should have awaited his awakening. His hand grasped only empty air. The scepter was gone. Alarm rippled through Gandalf's weakened frame. Without the scepter, the artifact he had forged from the essence of both sun and moon, day and night, the delicate balance between the divided realms would deteriorate. Already he could feel it, a wrongness in the very fabric of reality, a trembling in the veil that kept the kingdom of eternal sun and the realm of perpetual moonlight separate. Staggering to the great observatory at the sanctuary's peak, Gandalf gazed out upon a world transformed by a century's passage. Where once a clear boundary had existed, a shimmering curtain of twilight dividing golden fields from silver forests, now the edges blurred. In some places, light and shadow warred visibly, creating storms of conflicting magic where neither sun nor moon held sway. "And the scepter must be found," he declared to the empty air, "or all will be unmade." 3 days later, Gandalf stood at the edge of Sunfall Plaza in Aurelium, the golden capital of the Kingdom of Eternal Sun. His grey travelling cloak and wide-brimmed hat concealed his identity from curious onlookers, though few would have recognized him anyway. The world had changed in his absence. The reverence once held for the Twilight Sage had faded into legend. Aurelium itself had transformed. Its once elegant spires of polished bronze and amber crystal now reinforced with martial battlements. The air hummed with tension, and armored guards patrolled streets where laughing children had once played. This was a kingdom preparing for war. "Halt, stranger!" A guard stepped into Gandalf's path, hand resting meaningfully on the hilt of a sword that glowed with enchanted sunfire. "State your business in the Golden City," Before Gandalf could respond, a disturbance erupted at the nearby fountain. A man in tarnished armor fought against 4 royal guards, his movements betraying formal military training despite his ragged appearance. "I demand justice!" the man shouted, parrying a guard's thrust with practiced ease. "I am no traitor. The border attack was not our doing." Gandalf's attention sharpened. Talk of border attacks suggested the fragile peace between sun and moon had already begun to crumble without the Scepter's influence. With a subtle gesture and whispered word, Gandalf sent a pulse of magic across the plaza. The combatants froze momentarily, their weapons suddenly too heavy to lift. "Enough," Gandalf commanded, approaching the fountain. "There has been misunderstanding enough between the realms without adding blood to the waters." The guards recovered first, eyeing the old man warily. "This doesn't concern you, grandfather," their captain warned. "But it does," Gandalf replied, letting his cloak fall back to reveal the twilight robe beneath. "For I am Gandalf, guardian of the boundary, and I would hear this man's tale." Whispers rippled through the gathering crowd. The name of Gandalf still carried weight, if only as a figure of myth. The embattled warrior lowered his sword, eyes widening with recognition. "The Twilight Sage, but you've been gone for a century." "Yes," Gandalf nodded, "and much has changed, including, it seems, the relations between sun and moon. What is your name, soldier?" "Thorn," the man answered, straightening proudly despite his disheveled state. "And once captain of the Sunfire Brigade, now branded traitor for speaking truth. And what truth is that?" Thorn's eyes darkened. "That the attack on the Twilight Boundary 3 moons past was not the work of lunar forces, despite what our king claims. I was there. I saw the attackers. They wore our armor but were not our people. By nightfall, or what passed for night in a realm of eternal day, Gandalf and Thorn had retreated to a tavern in the city's older quarter. The gilded chalice was dimly lit by mage lights that mimicked the softer glow of stars, a rare concession to those who occasionally longed for darkness in a land of perpetual sun. "The king speaks of nothing but war," Thorn explained over cups of honey mead. "Claims the Moon Kingdom violated the ancient pact by attacking our border patrols. But I swear by the eternal flame, those weren't lunar warriors. Their movements were wrong, too rigid, too uniform, and their eyes," he shuddered, "empty, like dolls." Gandalf stroked his beard thoughtfully. "And for voicing these doubts, you were branded traitor, stripped of rank and sentenced to the sun pits," Thorn confirmed grimly. "I escaped during transfer. Been hiding ever since, trying to find proof." Before Gandalf could respond, the tavern door swung open to admit a cloaked figure who moved with liquid grace to the bar. When she pushed back her hood, several patrons gasped audibly. Her skin had the pearlescent sheen of moonlight, her hair a cascade of silver blue that marked her unmistakably as a denizen of the lunar realm. "Bold of her to show her face here," Thorn muttered, with war talk on everyone's lips. The woman's gaze swept the room, settling briefly on each occupant before locking with Gandalf's. Recognition flashed in eyes that shifted colors like opals catching light. Without hesitation, she approached their table. "The sleeper awakens," she said, her voice carrying the melodic lilt common to those raised under moonlight. But too late, I fear. I do not believe we have met, daughter of the moon," Gandalf replied cautiously. A smile curved her lips. "We have not, Twilight Sage, but your likeness adorns the hall of luminaries in Selena. I am Lyra, second enchantress to the lunar court, or was, until recently." "Another outcast," Thorn raised an eyebrow. "The courts of both kingdoms seem eager to discard their servants these days." Lyra's expression hardened. "I chose exile when my queen began preparing for a war based on falsehoods. The Sun Kingdom did not attack our silver caravans, despite her claims. Gandalf leaned forward. 2 kingdoms, each believing itself the victim of unprovoked aggression. Convenient for someone who might wish to see them destroy each other. Or reunite them, Lyra suggested quietly. Both men stared at her. Thorn spoke first. Reunite? The realms have been separate for a millennium. By design, Gandalf confirmed, his expression grave, and for good reason. Lyra's mismatched eyes, one silver, one gold, studied him intently. So the stories are true. You did not divide the world to create balance, but to contain something. The tavern seemed to darken as Gandalf nodded slowly. The ancients called it Voraxis, the World Eater. An entity older than time, drawn to the concentrated magic of unified realms. The division was never about balance, but quarantine, diluting the magical essence by creating 2 separate realities where once there was one. And the Scepter of 2 Dawns maintains this division, Lyra concluded, which is why its theft threatens more than mere political boundaries. The scepter has been stolen, Thorn asked, alarmed. Indeed. Gandalf's eyes grew distant. I sealed myself in enchanted sleep for a century to recover from the working that divided the realms. The scepter should have awaited my awakening, but someone has taken it. Lyra leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. There are whispers in both courts of the unification. A secret society that believes the divided realms are an abomination. They speak of a ritual to heal the world. Not heal, Gandalf corrected grimly. Expose, without understanding what lurks beyond the veil. Dawn, true dawn, not the perpetual daylight of Aurelium, found them at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a primeval forest that straddled the increasingly unstable boundary between realms. Here, reality itself seemed fluid. Patches of golden sunlight and silver moonbeams filtered through a canopy that shifted between vibrant green and luminous blue. The trees remember the time before division, Gandalf explained as they ventured deeper. Listen closely, and they will speak of what has been forgotten. True to his word, the ancient trees began to murmur as they passed, their whispers forming words that seemed to float on the dappled air. Divided light, divided night, a cage of stars to hold the blight. And the hungry one waits beyond the veil, where stars go dark and light grows pale. 2 crowns, 2 thrones, one sky torn asunder, keeps at bay the ancient hunger. Thorn shivered despite the warm patches of sunlight. Our cheerful place. The trees speak truth, if in riddles, Lyra replied, her hand trailing along bark that sparkled with dew like tiny diamonds. Something waits beyond our divided worlds. For 3 days they journeyed through the ever-changing forest, guided by Gandalf's instincts and the cryptic whispers of the trees. On the 4th day, they came upon a circle of stones that shimmered with an inner light, half gold, half silver, with runes of twilight, where the magics met. The Gateway of Remembrance, Gandalf announced, one of 7 anchors that stabilized the division between realms. At the circle's center stood a pedestal of opalescent stone, clearly designed to hold something that was no longer present. Another theft, Thorn asked, hand moving to his sword. And no, Gandalf approached the pedestal, passing his hand over its empty surface. A harbinger. The anchors are failing without the scepter's power to sustain them. As if in response to his words, the air within the stone circle rippled. A vision materialized, not an illusion, but a window into another place. Within it, they glimpsed an immense cavern lit by crystals that contained captured starlight. Massive shapes moved in the shadows, scales gleaming like burnished metal. The caverns of Starfall, Lyra whispered in awe, where the elder dragons sleep, dreaming of the world before the sun and moon were divided. Gandalf nodded. The dragons remember, and they may know where the scepter has been taken. The descent into the caverns of Starfall tested both courage and endurance. Passages that began in sunlit splendor would abruptly plunge into moonlit shadow, the transition between realms growing more unstable with each passing hour. Crystals embedded in the cavern walls pulsed with captured starlight, illuminating chambers vast enough to house entire villages. In the deepest chamber, they found what they sought, a dragon ancient beyond reckoning, its scales shifting between solar gold and lunar silver as it breathed. Even curled in slumber, Astrolagos the Stargazer was larger than a royal galleon, his wings folded like vast sails against his flanks. One massive eye slid open as they approached, a swirling vortex of gold and silver that seemed to contain entire galaxies. The divider returns, the dragon rumbled, his voice resonating through stone and bone alike. With champions of both broken halves, Gandalf bowed deeply. Great Astrolagos, we seek the Scepter of False Division, the dragon interrupted. Yes, the tool you forged from stolen fire and borrowed light. Thorn and Lyra exchanged uneasy glances at the dragon's tone, but Gandalf remained calm. Stolen, perhaps, he conceded, but for necessary purpose. Varaxis would have consumed all magic, all life, had the realms remained unified. The dragon's laughter shook dust from the ceiling. So you claim, little mage, yet who now threatens the balance you created? Not the World Eater, but your own divided children. His massive head swung toward Thorn and Lyra, sun and moon, preparing for war, while a third faction seeks to reunite what was sundered. The unification, Lyra said. They have the scepter. They do. Astrolagos unfurled one wing, revealing a shimmering projection upon the cavern wall, an image of 13 robed figures gathered around an altar atop the highest peak of the splintered mountains. Upon the altar lay the Scepter of Two Dawns, a staff of intertwined gold and silver topped with a crystal that contained both a miniature sun and crescent moon in perpetual orbit around each other. The ritual of convergence, Gandalf breathed, recognizing the ceremonial preparations. They mean to use the scepter to reverse my working, to force the realms back together. In 3 days, when the celestial alignment reaches its zenith, the dragon confirmed, what was divided shall be rejoined, and Varaxis will return, Gandalf said grimly. And unless we stop them, their journey to the splintered mountains was fraught with increasing signs of reality's decay. Villages half in sunlight, half in moonlight, their inhabitants experiencing overlapping versions of existence. Fields where crops grew, withered and bloomed again in chaotic cycles. The very fabric of the divided worlds was beginning to fray. They reached the mountain peak as the celestial alignment began, a rare conjunction where the sun and moon occupied the same position in their respective realms, creating a visual overlap in the increasingly unstable sky. Atop the barren summit, the 13 members of the unification stood in a perfect circle around the altar bearing the Scepter of Two Dawns. We are too late, Lyra whispered, as the scepter began to pulse with building power. Not yet, Gandalf countered, drawing himself up to his full height. With a sharp gesture, he cast aside his travel-worn garments, revealing the twilight robes beneath. Power long dormant surged through his aged frame as he slammed his staff against the stone, sending a shockwave across the mountaintop. The ritual faltered as the unification members turned in surprise. The divider, their leader called out. a tall figure whose hood concealed all features save for eyes that swirled with mingled sunlight and moonbeams. "You come to witness the healing of your great mistake." "There is no mistake to heal," Gandalf replied, advancing with Thorn and Lyra flanking him. "Only a necessary wound to prevent a greater catastrophe." "Lies!" the leader spat. "You divided our world out of fear and hubris. The World Eater is a myth created to justify your seizure of power." "Then why does the veil already grow thin?" Gandalf challenged, gesturing to the sky where darkness gathered unnaturally around the conjoined sun and moon. "Look beyond your righteous certainty and see what truly waits on the other side of unity." For a moment, doubt flickered across several faces among the unification, but their leader was unmoved. "Proceed with the ritual," he commanded. "Let the world be made whole again." What followed was chaos. Thorn engaged the guards protecting the ritual circle while Lyra wove counterspells against the unification's magic. Gandalf fought his way toward the altar, each step a battle against the combined will of 13 mages, drawing power from the Scepter itself. As he reached the altar, the sky tore open like a wound. Through the rift, something vast and hungry gazed upon the divided worlds with ancient malevolence, Varaxis, sensing the weakening barrier between its prison and a feast of magic. The unification leader, seeing the horror beyond the veil, staggered back. "What have we done?" "What I sought to prevent," Gandalf answered, seizing the scepter. Its power flooded through him, both familiar and alien after a century apart. "And now I face a choice I hoped never to make again." With the entity already beginning to push through the widening rift, Gandalf had moments to decide. Use the scepter to reinforce the division between realms as he had a millennium ago, or risk finding another solution, one that might not require eternal separation. Looking to Thorn and Lyra, champions of sun and moon standing united despite their differences, Gandalf made his choice. Raising the scepter high, he began a new working, one born not of fear but of hope. Instead of forcing the realms apart, he sought balance, a world where day and night could coexist in natural cycle, where the concentrated magic that attracted Varaxis would be dispersed through natural rhythm rather than artificial division. "What are you doing?" Lyra called over the mounting tempest of magical energies. "What should have been done 1,000 years ago," Gandalf replied, his voice amplified by the scepter's power. "Not division, but harmony." The scepter's crystal cracked as power surged through it, the miniature sun and moon within breaking free of their separate orbits to eclipse one another. From this union, a new light emerged, neither gold nor silver, but a perfect twilight radiance that spread outward in an expanding wave. Where it touched, the rigid boundaries between realms dissolved. Day and night remained, but as phases of a single world rather than separate realities. The concentrated magic that had sustained the divided kingdoms dispersed into natural cycles of dawn, day, dusk, and night. And as the entity reached hungry tendrils toward the world, it found not the feast it expected, but a balanced flow of magic too diffuse to satisfy its hunger. With a silent howl of frustration, Varaxis retreated beyond the veil, which sealed itself as the natural order reasserted its pattern. Gandalf collapsed to his knees, the now dormant scepter smoking in his grasp. Thorn and Lyra rushed to his side. "Is it over?" Thorn asked, gazing at the sky where sun and moon now occupied their proper places in a unified heaven. "The division is healed," Gandalf confirmed, his voice weak but satisfied. "And not by forcing the realms together, but by allowing them to find their natural balance." "And the World Eater," Lyra pressed, "still beyond the veil, but no longer drawn to our world." A weary smile crossed Gandalf's face. And though some threats cannot be conquered through division and fear, but through harmony and balance. As the first true sunset in a millennium painted the sky in hues of gold, crimson, and deepening blue, the three figures stood upon the mountain peak, witnesses to the birth of a world reunited, not as separate kingdoms of eternal extremes, but as a single realm where light and shadow danced in eternal, necessary partnership. And as the first stars emerged in the twilight sky, Gandalf felt peace settle over him for the first time in 1,000 years, the peace of knowing that sometimes the bravest solution is not to divide what is threatened, but to trust in the natural balance that has always existed, waiting to be remembered. Story 5. The crystal mountains pierce the horizon like the crown of a forgotten god, their jagged peaks glittering with an unnatural blue radiance that grew stronger with each passing night. In the village of Mist Hollow that nestled in their shadow, children were forbidden from gazing too long at the ethereal glow, for those who did spoke of whispers that called their names, promising secrets and wonders beyond mortal comprehension. Gandalf stood alone on the precipice of sorrow's edge, his weathered hands gripping his staff so tightly that his knuckles blanched white against the ancient wood. The runes etched into his staff pulsed with counter-magic, a feeble defense against the awakening power that he had sealed away a millennium ago. His grey robes whipped around his tall frame, caught in winds that carried the scent of winter roses and burning stone. The unmistakable fragrance of magic, long dormant, stirring once more. 1,000 years, he murmured to the wind. I had hoped it would be longer. The blue fire crawling through the veins of crystal within the mountains represented his greatest failure and his most terrible sin. For there, imprisoned behind barriers of sacrificial magic, dwelled Dralanthir, a demon whose name had been meticulously erased from history, whose hunger for mortal essence had once threatened to consume the world of men. Gandalf closed his eyes, the memories of that fateful day washing over him with the force of a winter tide, the screams of an entire kingdom as he channeled their life force into the sealing spell. The palace of Avarion, crumbling as its foundations were transmuted into magical barriers, the faces of those who trusted him to save them, not knowing they were the sacrifice required. One face in particular haunted him, King Elarion of Avarion, who had nodded his understanding and acceptance in the final moment, even as his body dissolved into pure magical energy. Do what must be done, the king had said. A sound like cracking glass echoed across the valley, pulling Gandalf from his reverie. Another fissure had appeared in the magical prison. Time was running out. The village of Mist Hollow was alive with preparations for the autumn solstice, its cobblestone streets lined with garlands of amber leaves and luminous crystal lanterns. Yet beneath the festive veneer lay a current of unease. The blue glow from the mountains had grown stronger, and the oldest villagers whispered of similar lights seen a millennium ago, before the kingdom of Avarion vanished in a single night. Gandalf moved through the crowded marketplace unnoticed, his grey cloak pulled close, his distinctive staff disguised as a simple walking stick. His eyes scanned the throng until they settled on a small herb shop tucked between a blacksmith and a baker's stall. A hand-painted sign depicting a silver leaf marked it as the establishment he sought. The bell above the door chimed softly as he entered. The shop was filled with bundles of dried herbs hanging from rafters, their fragrances mingling with the scent of brewing tea. Behind the counter stood a young woman with copper hair pulled back in a practical braid, her hands stained green from crushing medicinal plants. She looked up, her eyes widening slightly at the sight of the tall stranger. "Can I help you, sir?" she asked, wiping her hands on her apron. "Indeed, you can. Aerith Moonweaver," Gandalf replied, allowing his disguise to slip away like morning mist, revealing his true appearance. The legendary Gandalf the White, whose name was still whispered in bedtime stories and ancient texts. The mortar Aerith had been using slipped from her grasp, shattering on the wooden floor. "How do you know my name?" she whispered. "I know many things, young healer, including the fact that the blood of Evarian flows in your veins, though you know it not." Gandalf stepped closer, his voice dropping to ensure privacy. "And I know that you have been having dreams of blue fire and voices calling you to the mountains." Color drained from Aerith's face. Her hands trembled as she braced herself against the counter. "Who are you really? What do you want from me?" "I am the one who sealed the demon Dralanthir 1,000 years ago," Gandalf answered simply. "And I need your help to seal him again before he breaks free completely." The journey to the second piece of the puzzle took them through the Shadowfell forest, where trees grew so densely that daylight barely penetrated the canopy. Aerith followed Gandalf warily, still not fully trusting the wizard's tale, but unable to deny the truth that resonated in her bones, that she was somehow connected to this ancient curse. "Why me?" she asked, as they navigated a path that seemed to shift and change with each step. "Oh my, what makes my blood so special? When I sealed Dralanthir, I used the life force of the royal family of Evarian as the primary component," Gandalf explained, his face heavy with ancient regret. The king understood the necessity, but he secretly sent his youngest daughter away before the ritual. "You are her descendant, and your blood carries the echo of the original spell. You sacrificed an entire kingdom." Aerith stopped in her tracks, horror spreading across her features. Gandalf turned to face her, his eyes reflecting centuries of burden. To save countless more, Dralanthir had already consumed 3 neighboring realms. Evarian would have been next, followed by every kingdom of men, until nothing remained but ash and bone. Before Aerith could respond, the forest around them darkened unnaturally, the temperature plummeted, their breath emerging in white clouds. From the shadows between trees emerged figures of twisted darkness, beings of smoke and shadow with eyes that burned like blue embers. "Dralanthir's servants," Gandalf hissed, raising his staff. "The Umbral Harbingers. They've found us sooner than I expected." Light erupted from Gandalf's staff, driving back the shadows momentarily. He grabbed Aerith's hand. "Run!" They fled through the forest, shadow creatures in pursuit. Gandalf cast spells behind them, erecting barriers of light that the creatures clawed through with unnatural persistence. As they burst into a small clearing, they found themselves surrounded, the Harbingers closing in from all sides. "Stay behind me!" Gandalf commanded, drawing himself up to his full height, power crackling around him like lightning seeking ground. But before he could unleash his magic, a new presence entered the clearing. A figure clad in armor as black as a starless night, its surface etched with runes that seemed to devour the very light around them. With fluid grace that belied the weight of such armor, the newcomer cut through the shadow creatures using twin blades that gleamed with cold fire. The Harbingers shrieked as they were dispersed, their essence scattering like mist before a gale. Within moments, the clearing was empty, save for Gandalf, Aerith, and their mysterious savior. "Lord Vexus," Gandalf acknowledged, his tone cautious but respectful. "I had not expected to encounter you so far from the Obsidian Citadel." The armored figure removed his helmet, revealing a face of severe beauty, pale as moonlight, with eyes the color of twilight. His white hair was pulled back in a warrior's knot, accentuating features that seemed carved from marble. Nor had I expected to find the great Gandalf skulking through my territories with a village healer, Lord Vexus replied, his voice resonant yet cold. Especially not when the mountains burn with the fire of Dralantha's awakening. Aerith looked between the two men, sensing an ancient tension. You know each other? We have history, Gandalf said carefully. History? Lord Vexus laughed, the sound devoid of humor. Is that what we call it now, wizard? When you sacrifice an entire kingdom, my ancestral home, to fuel your spellcraft? Understanding dawned on Aerith. You're from Ivarian too. I am the last true-born son of its nobility, Vexus confirmed, sheathing his blades. I was abroad when Gandalf enacted his necessary sacrifice. I returned to find my home, my family, my entire people transmuted into a magical prison for a demon. His gaze hardened as it fell upon Gandalf. I have spent centuries building my power, waiting for the day I could exact vengeance upon the wizard who played God with my kingdom. And yet you saved us from the Harbingers, Gandalf observed. Because Dralantha is the greater threat, Vexus replied grimly. I would see you answer for your crimes, Gandalf, but not at the cost of unleashing that horror upon the world again. The unlikely trio made camp that night in a sheltered grove where ancient standing stones created a natural ward against magical detection. As flames danced in their small campfire, Gandalf revealed the full truth of what they faced. Dralantha was not always a demon, he explained, his voice carrying the weight of hidden knowledge. Once, it was a celestial being of immense power, a guardian of the boundaries between worlds, but it was corrupted by contact with an entity from beyond the veil of stars, a cosmic horror that sought entry to our realm. The seal I created a millennium ago was never meant to be permanent. I knew it would weaken eventually, but I hoped to have discovered a more permanent solution by then. Gandalf sighed, suddenly looking every year of his immense age. I failed in that quest. So we're doomed, Vexus said flatly. Not necessarily, Gandalf replied. The original sealing required the blood of Avarian's royalty, both the king's line and that of his closest advisors. Between Aerith and yourself, we have what we need to renew the seal. And sacrifice ourselves as you did our ancestors. Vexus's hand moved to his sword hilt. No, Gandalf shook his head firmly. I have learned much in 1,000 years. The renewal requires blood freely given, not life force consumed, a ritual of willing sacrifice rather than destruction. Aerith, who had been silent, finally spoke. And what of the entity beyond the stars? The one that corrupted Dralantha in the first place? What prevents it from simply finding another agent? Gandalf's expression grew troubled. Nothing. That is the true threat we face. Not merely Dralantha, but what waits beyond, watching through the cracks between worlds. The journey to the heart of the Crystal Mountains took 3 more days, each step bringing them closer to the pulsing blue radiance that now lit the night sky like a second moon. The air grew thick with magical residue, making it difficult to breathe and causing strange visions to flicker at the edges of their perception. As they climbed the narrow path to the fracture, the physical manifestation of the weakening seal, they encountered increasingly desperate resistance. Harbingers swarmed in greater numbers, twisted beasts that were once mountain creatures, now corrupted by proximity to Dralantha's prison, lunged from crevices. The very stone beneath their feet sometimes animated, attempting to cast them into abyssal chasms. Vexus fought with the precision of a warrior who had honed his skills across centuries, his twin blades cleaving through supernatural flesh with ruthless efficiency. Aerith, initially hesitant, discovered an innate talent for protective magic, her heritage awakening under pressure as she created shields of golden light that repelled the most insidious attacks. And Gandalf stood as both warrior and guide, his staff blazing with power accumulated across millennia, his knowledge of the mountain's secrets leading them ever upward despite all opposition. They reached the fracture at dawn on the fourth day, a massive crystal formation split by a jagged crack from which blue fire seeped like blood from a wound. Within, they could glimpse movement, a massive form of shadow and light struggling against bonds that had held it for 1,000 years. "We haven't much time," Gandalf warned as they approached the crystal prison. The renewal ritual must begin before the sun reaches its zenith. As they prepared the necessary components, silver bowls to catch their blood, rare herbs that grew only in the light of a blue moon, incantations written in languages older than human civilization, Drolantha sensed their presence. The blue fire intensified, and a voice that seemed to bypass their ears and speak directly to their minds echoed around them. "Ubbi the Deceiver returns," it hissed, the words burning like ice in their thoughts, "with fresh sacrifices for his altar of lies. Ignore it," Gandalf commanded. "Drolantha will say anything to prevent the renewal. Ask him what truly lurks beyond the veil," the voice continued, focusing on Aerith and Vexus. "Ask him why he fears it so. Ask him what price he paid for the knowledge he used to imprison me." Vexus paused in his preparations, eyes narrowing. "What is it talking about, wizard?" Gandalf's face remained impassive, but a flicker of something, guilt, perhaps, or fear, crossed his eyes. Desperate lies from a desperate entity, nothing more. "I was not the threat, but the last defense," Drolantha's voice insisted. "The barrier between your world and what hungers beyond." "He did not seal evil away. He removed your realm's protection from it." Aerith looked to Gandalf, uncertainty clear in her expression. "Is this true?" The ancient wizard hesitated, then squared his shoulders. Partial truths twisted to serve Drolantha's purpose. Yes, it once served as a guardian before corruption. Yes, there is something beyond the veil that threatens all existence. But Drolantha is no longer a protector, but a potential gateway for that very entity. "How convenient for your narrative," Vexus said coldly, his hand again moving to his weapon. "We haven't time for doubts," Gandalf insisted as the crystal prison cracked further, blue fire pouring from new fissures. "The seal weakens by the moment." "Ask him why he needs your blood," Drolantha pressed. "Ask him what truly powers his magic." The doubt that had been planted took root, spreading across Vexus's features. "I've wondered for centuries why you chose Evarian for your necessary sacrifice. Were there truly no alternatives? Or was there something specific about our bloodline that you required?" Gandalf's expression grew grave. "There is magic in bloodlines, Lord Vexus. The royal house of Evarian and its noble families were descendants of the first mages, those who helped establish the original barriers between worlds when the cosmos was young. Your blood carries echoes of that ancient power." "So you did choose us specifically?" Vexus's voice was dangerously quiet. "To save everything." Gandalf's patience finally broke. "Look beyond your grudge, Vexus. What I did was terrible. Yes, unforgivable, perhaps. But I acted to prevent the annihilation of all life in this realm and beyond." The crystal prison groaned, fractures spreading like a web across its surface. The blue fire intensified, bathing them in its cold radiance. Aerith stepped between the two men, her face set with determination. "Enough! Whatever happened 1,000 years ago cannot be undone. What matters is now." "If Drolantha breaks free, what happens? Catastrophe beyond imagining," Gandalf answered simply. "And if we renew the seal," she pressed, "we buy time, perhaps another millennium to find a permanent solution." Aerith nodded, then turned to Vexus. I understand your hatred, I feel it too, knowing my ancestors were sacrificed. But I will not let that blind me to present danger. She extended her hand, a small knife resting on her palm. May I choose to give my blood willingly? What do you choose? Vexus stared at the knife, conflict raging across his features. The crystal prison cracked further, a sound like thunder echoing across the mountains. In that moment of decision, as ancient grudge warred with present necessity, the Shadow Lord finally met Gandalf's gaze. This changes nothing between us, he said coldly. Indeed, but I will not doom the world for the sake of vengeance. He took the knife from Aerith's hand. As the sun approached its zenith, the unlikely allies completed the ritual. Their freely given blood, mixed with ancient herbs and Gandalf's incantations, created a shimmering barrier that flowed toward the fractured crystal. Where it touched, the crack sealed, the blue fire dimming to a contained glow. Dralantha raged within its renewed prison, its mental voice fading as the seals strengthened. But its final words lingered in their minds long after the ritual was complete. You have not prevented the end. You have merely postponed your reckoning. It watches still from between the stars. And when it comes, not even the blood of kings will save you. As they descended from the mountain, the blue radiance once again contained within stone, Gandalf walked apart from his companions. The weight of millennia pressed upon his shoulders, along with knowledge he dared not share. That Dralantha's final warning was perhaps the only truth it had spoken. Something ancient and hungry did indeed watch from beyond the veil of stars. And Gandalf, despite all his power and knowledge, did not know if even he could stand against it when it finally found its way through. Story 6. The ancient looms of Aldemir sang their arcane melodies as fingers danced across shimmering threads, each movement binding magic to the mortal realm. In the hallowed halls of the Weaver's citadel, a tapestry unraveled, and with it, destiny itself. Grandmaster Thaddeus lay sprawled before his masterwork, his fingers still dusted with the silver powder used to enchant the most powerful of patterns. Where once hung his incomplete masterpiece, the tapestry of eternal harmony, now remained only smoldering threads and ash, drifting like ghosts through the moonlit chamber. The runes etched into the stone floor beneath him glowed an ominous crimson, forming words not seen in Aldemir for 1,000 years. When the last thread is cut, the Shadow Weaver returns. Elisande found him as the moon reached its zenith, her small lantern casting trembling shadows across the circular weaving chamber. Her scream echoed through the crystalline spires of the citadel, bringing the sleeping order to alarmed wakefulness. Within moments, the chamber filled with the rustling robes of master weavers and the urgent whispers of apprentices. "Do not touch anything," commanded Archweaver Morvain, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. His ancient eyes, filmed with the silver of one who had spent decades staring into the threads of fate, narrowed upon Elisande. "Buzz, why are you here at this hour, apprentice?" Elisande clutched her worn satchel tighter, the contraband spindle inside pressing accusingly against her palm. I forgot my pattern book, Master Morvain. I only wished to retrieve it before morning lessons." The lie tasted bitter on her tongue, but the truth would condemn her further. How could she explain that she had come to steal thread blessed by the Grand Master himself? Thread she needed to weave a healing pattern for the orphanage mistress who had raised her, the only mother she had ever known. Morvain's gaze lingered on her satchel before shifting to the ashen remains of the Grand Master's work. "Secure the girl," he commanded. "The prophecy awakens, and she stands at its center." Before Elisande could protest, guards seized her arms. The satchel tumbled to the marble floor, the forbidden spindle rolling across the stones to stop at Morvaine's feet. Gasps filled the chamber as the archweaver lifted the simple wooden tool. "The Grand Master's personal spindle," he declared, voice heavy with accusation. "Enchanted with his essence, capable of unraveling any weave, even one that binds ancient powers." "I didn't," Elisande began, but her words died as she glanced down at the Grand Master's body. For the briefest moment, she saw not the physical form, but the tangled threads of destiny that had bound him, threads now severed, their ethereal ends still quivering with the violence of their cutting. This was her gift and her curse, to see beyond the physical into the weave of fate itself, and what she saw terrified her. "The pattern is wrong," she whispered. "His threads weren't cut by a mortal hand." Morvaine's face hardened. "Take her to the obsidian chamber. The council will determine her fate at dawn." The obsidian chamber lived up to its name, walls of black stone that absorbed light and hope in equal measure. Elisande paced its confines, fingers absently tracing patterns in the air as she had been taught since childhood. Patterns to calm, patterns to focus, patterns to reveal truth. None answered her call without thread to bind them. A sound at the small window high in the wall startled her. A rope descended, its end coiling on the floor like an invitation. "Climb if you value your life," came a gruff whisper from above. "The council has already determined your guilt." Elisande hesitated only a moment before grasping the rope. Her slender arms, strengthened by years of working the great looms, pulled her up and through the narrow opening into the cool night air. A hooded figure waited, face obscured in shadow. "Why help me?" she demanded. The figure pulled back his hood, revealing a face bisected by a jagged scar that did little to diminish its inherent nobility. Dark eyes regarded her with wary assessment. "Because," he said, "I recognize the look of someone falsely accused. I wore it myself once, before I became Dryston the mercenary instead of—" He stopped abruptly. "Instead of what?" Elisande pressed. "Instead of dead," he answered flatly. "Come, we must be beyond the city walls before dawn reveals your escape." They fled through shadowed streets, avoiding the silver-cloaked patrols of weaver guards. Elisande felt the city's protective enchantments wash over her as they passed, subtle magics woven into every stone, every timber, maintaining perfect harmony, perfect control. Yet tonight, she sensed discordant notes in the grand pattern, as though the magic itself strained against its bonds. Beyond the walls, Dryston led her to a small camp where 2 horses waited. "We ride for the Whispering Forests," he announced. "I have contacts there who might help unravel this mystery. We need to go to the Crystal Mountains," Elisande countered. "To the first loom." Dryston's expression darkened. "That's forbidden territory, even for the weavers. The mountain passages are guarded by crystalline sentinels. The first loom contains the original patterns," she insisted. "What if something has happened to the tapestry of binding that holds the Shadow Weaver? We must know." "And how would an apprentice know of such things?" he challenged. Elisande hesitated, then reached into her sleeve, withdrawing a small square of fabric. Unfolding it revealed an ancient fragment of tapestry, its threads still glimmering with magic despite its age. "Because the Grand Master entrusted me with this. It's a fragment of the original binding tapestry, woven by the first weavers a millennium ago." Dryston's eyes widened. "That's why they were so quick to accuse you. They need a scapegoat." "There's more," Elisande whispered. "The Grand Master told me things about the true nature of the Weaver's magic. He believed our order had strayed from its purpose." Before she could elaborate, A distant horn shattered the night's silence. The Weaver guards had discovered her absence. "Tell me on the road," Driston commanded, swinging onto his horse. 7 days of hard riding brought them to the edge of the whispering forests, where ancient trees communicated in creaks and rustles that almost formed words. Here, the controlled magic of Aldemir gave way to something wilder, older. Elisande felt it singing in her blood, resonating with something deep within her. Driston led her to a hidden grove where a small community dwelled in homes built within living trees. They were greeted by an elderly woman whose silver hair was braided with colorful threads and feathers. "Lady Willow," Driston said with a respectful bow, "I seek sanctuary and wisdom." The old woman's eyes fixed on Elisande. "You bring a weaver among us, Dristan. Have you forgotten your vow?" "She's different," he argued. "If she carries a fragment of the original binding." Lady Willow's weathered hand reached out, hovering over Elisande's heart. "She carries more than that. This one is woven-born, a vessel of the primal magic." Elisande gasped. "What does that mean?" "It means, child, that you were not so much born as crafted. The threads of your destiny were spun before your birth, your purpose woven into your very being." The old woman's eyes softened. "Come inside. There is much to explain, and little time." Within Lady Willow's tree home, illuminated by glowing fungi and floating motes of light, Driston finally revealed his true identity as the exiled Prince of Aldemir. Driven from the kingdom after experiencing visions of a terrible future where magic turned against its wielders. "The royal line has always been sensitive to disturbances in the great pattern," he explained. "And my father couldn't bear the thought that our family's legacy, the Order of Weavers, might be flawed, so he banished the messenger instead of heeding the message." Lady Willow nodded solemnly. "The truth, young ones, is that the Weavers did not create magic as your histories claim. They imprisoned it." She told them of an ancient time when magic flowed freely through the world, wild and unpredictable, but deeply connected to the land and its creatures. Fearing its power, the first weavers devised a method to capture and control it, binding the essence of magic itself, which they called the Shadow Weaver, into tapestries that would allow for controlled, predictable use. "But magic was never meant to be imprisoned," Lady Willow continued. "The land suffers for it. Have you not noticed the spreading deadlands, the failing crops, the diminishing magical creatures? With each generation, as more tapestries bind more magic, the world slowly suffocates." "Then the Grand Master's death," Elisande began. "Was no accident," Driston finished. "Someone wants to free the Shadow Weaver." "But that could destroy everything," Elisande protested. "Unleashing all that bound power at once would be catastrophic." Lady Willow took Elisande's hands in her own. "That, dear child, is why you exist. You are the Unraveler, created by the Grand Master himself in secret, woven from the purest magical threads. You alone can safely unbind what has been bound, gradually, carefully restoring balance without destruction." The revelation fell upon Elisande like a physical weight. "That's why I can see the threads of fate, why I've always felt different, and why the Council fears you," Driston added. "Lies, there are those among the Weavers who would maintain their power at all costs." A horn sounded in the distance, the crystal tone of the Weaver guards. They had been found. "We must reach the Crystal Mountains," Elisande said with newfound determination. "The first loom holds the master pattern. If I am truly this Unraveler, I must learn how to fulfill my purpose without destroying what I meant to save." As they prepared to depart, Lady Willow pressed a crystal spindle into Elisande's hand. This was carved from the same crystal as the first loom. It will guide you. Mounting fresh horses, Elisande and Dristan faced the looming silhouettes of the crystal mountains, their peaks reflecting the rising sun in fractured rainbows. Between them and their destination lay the Royal Weaver Guard, treacherous mountain paths, and the crystalline sentinels, ancient constructs created to protect the first loom from those who would misuse its power. Yet as they rode, Elisande felt the threads of destiny shifting around them, creating a new pattern, one where wild magic and order might yet find harmony, where the Shadow Weaver would neither remain imprisoned nor wreak destruction upon its release. She was the needle, Dristan the guiding hand, and together they would reweave the very fabric of their world, one thread at a time.